Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. High above the world, where clouds embraced ancient spires and eternal twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, floated the magnificent city of Lunargard. Suspended by massive crystals that pulsed with ancestral magic, the city's silver towers and crystalline bridges defied gravity itself, a testament to the powerful artifice of the Arcane Council. Lyra Starweaver stood at the edge of the crystal observatory, her apprentice robes billowing in the high-altitude winds. Her emerald eyes narrowed as she studied the nearest foundation crystal through her enchanted spyglass. The usually brilliant purple light within its crystalline structure flickered erratically, like a candle struggling against the wind. "You're dying, aren't you?" she whispered, pressing her palm against the cold surface. The crystal's resonance, once strong and steady, now wavered beneath her touch. For weeks, she had noticed the changes. The subtle dimming of the street lights, the increasing turbulence in the floating gardens, the way the anti-gravity enchantments seemed to stutter at dawn and dusk. The gray doors of the observatory creaked open behind her. Apprentice Starweaver called Archimage Valorian's stern voice. "The council chamber is not a place for unauthorized research." Lyra turned to face her mentor, clutching her notebooks tightly. "Master, the crystals are failing. Look at these readings. Their magical signature has decreased by 17%. Since the last solstice, Valorian's ancient face remained impassive, his silver beard catching the light of the setting sun. The fluctuations are within normal parameters. The crystals have sustained Lunargard for 1,000 years. They will sustain it for 1,000 more, but Lyra knew what she had seen. That night, she slipped through the lower districts of Lunargard, where the crystal light barely reached and shadows grew thick like moss. Her investigations had led her to one name, Thorn Shadowbane, an exiled crystal hunter who had once served on the council before being branded a traitor. She found him in the Tarnished Crown, a tavern that clung to the very edge of the city's protective barriers. Thorn cut an imposing figure, tall and weather-beaten, with a jagged scar crossing his left eye and crystal shards braided into his dark hair. A band crystal compass hung openly from his neck, its needle spinning wildly. "The famous Shadowbane," Lyra said, sliding into the seat across from him. "I need your help." "Leave, apprentice," he growled. "Association with me is enough to get your magic privileges revoked. The crystals are failing," she pressed on. "And I think you know why." The compass at his throat suddenly stilled, pointing directly at her. Thorn's good eye widened. "So it's begun," he whispered. "Earlier than I expected, over stolen maps and forbidden texts, Thorn revealed the truth. The Foundation crystals weren't just power sources, they were prison bars. Deep beneath Lunargard lay an ancient entity, a being of pure magical energy that the first mages had trapped using the crystal network. Every 1,000 years it stirred, drawing power from the crystals in an attempt to break free. But this time is different, Thorn explained, tracing ley lines on a weathered map. Someone's helping it, accelerating the process. Together, they uncovered a conspiracy that stretched back centuries. Secret chambers beneath the Arcane Council held dark rituals and darker promises. Archimage Valorian, Lyra's trusted mentor, had discovered that absorbing the entity's power could grant immortality, at the cost of Lunargard itself. As the crystals weakened, the city began to shake. Districts tilted precariously, and panic spread through the streets. Lyra and Thorn raced against time, gathering ancient artifacts and forbidden spells that might reinforce the crystal prison. But Valorian had prepared for interference. As they approached the central crystal chamber, they found themselves facing an army of constructs, magical automatons powered by stolen crystal energy. Thorn's expertise with crystal magic and Lyra's innovative spellwork created a deadly duo, yet their real strength lay in trust, something Valorian had long forgotten. The final confrontation came at dawn. In the heart of crystals, where all of Lunargard's ley lines converged, they found Valorian completing a dark ritual. The chamber's walls were lined with crystal shards, each containing a fragment of the city's power. "You don't understand," Valorian said, his voice echoing unnaturally. "Immortality is within our grasp. The entity will grant us power beyond imagination. At what cost?" Lyra challenged, her voice breaking. "The death of everyone in Lunargard. The battle that followed would be sung about for generations." Spells crackled through the air as Master faced apprentice, while Thorn worked to reverse the ritual using his outlawed crystal techniques. The entity stirred beneath them, its power seeping through cracks in reality. In the end, it came down to a choice. Lyra stood at the heart of the crystal matrix, one hand clasped with Thorn's, the other holding her mentor's spell focus. The crystals could be restored, but only through sacrifice either thousands of lives or a single source of immense magical potential. Before Valorian could stop her, Lyra made her choice. She poured her own magical essence into the crystal network, her life force merging with the ancient matrix. The crystals blazed with renewed power, their light burning away the entity's influence and stabilizing the city. Thorn caught her as she fell, her body growing as transparent as crystal. But instead of dying, Lyra transformed. Her sacrifice had made her one with Lunargard itself, her consciousness spreading through the crystal network. She became the city's guardian, her awareness extending through every crystal, every spire, every floating garden. The council was reformed, with Thorn reinstated to oversee the crystal network alongside Lyra's crystalline consciousness. The city changed too, the crystals now pulsed in time with Lyra's thoughts, and new crystals grew in unexpected places, creating gardens and sanctuaries where there had been only void. And on quiet nights, when the purple light of the crystals painted patterns across Lunargard's floating spires, those who listened closely could hear whispered songs in the crystal resonance Lyra's voice, still watching over the city she had given everything to protect. In the years that followed, pilgrims would come from across the world to seek wisdom from the crystal oracle of Lunargard, never knowing they spoke to a young apprentice who had once dared to question the wisdom of ages. And in the highest tower, where the largest crystal pulsed with light, Thorn would often stand in silence, his band compass pointing unerringly toward the heart of the city, toward the consciousness of the woman who had taught him to trust again. The city of Lunargard still floats among the clouds, its crystals burning brighter than ever before, a testament to the power of sacrifice, the strength of unlikely friendships, and the courage to stand against darkness, no matter the cost. And in every crystal's light, Lyra Starweaver's legacy lives on, guardian of the city in the sky, proof that true power lies not in the quest for immortality, but in the willingness to give everything for those we protect. Story 2, in the kingdom of Thornhaven, where magic was as forbidden as poison and twice as deadly, Prince Aldrich stood before the ancient mirror in his chambers, watching blue flames dance across his trembling fingertips. The candlelight cast eerie shadows on the stone walls of Ironspire Castle, and sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled to extinguish the supernatural fire before anyone could witness his curse. For 1,000 years, since the great calamity had nearly torn the realm asunder, magic had been banned under penalty of death. Even the royal family wasn't exempt from this law, especially the royal family, as King Magnus never tired of reminding his son. The king had personally overseen the execution of 3 magic wielders in the past month alone. The sound of armored footsteps echoing through the corridor sent panic through Aldrich's heart. He thrust his hands behind his back just as his father's guards burst through the door, their steel armor gleaming in the candlelight. "Your Highness," the captain announced, "the king demands your presence in the throne room." Immediately, Aldrich's blood ran cold. Had they discovered his secret? But when he arrived in the throne room, he found his father standing over a captured woman in tattered black robes, her silver hair falling in waves around her shoulders. "Behold," King Magnus proclaimed, "the infamous Lady of Ravens, leader of the Shadow Guardians, finally brought to justice. His father's crown of iron thorns caught the light, casting spiked shadows across the marble floor." The woman raised her head, and Aldrich found himself staring into eyes that swirled with ancient knowledge. A knowing smile played at the corners of her mouth as her gaze met his, and he could have sworn he saw a flicker of recognition there. "Let this be a lesson, my son," Magnus continued. "Magic is a corruption that must be purged. Tomorrow at dawn she burns." That night, as Aldrich tossed in his chambers, unable to sleep, a raven tapped at his window. Tied to its leg was a message written in silver ink. "Your power awakens, young prince. If you wish to understand it, come to the Shadow Gate at midnight. Your destiny awaits." The choice that faced him was impossible. Remain in the castle and risk discovery, or flee into the night and become everything his father despised. But when blue flames began crawling up the castle walls of their own accord, the decision was made for him. Aldrich fled through the castle's ancient passages, emerging into the cursed lands that bordered the kingdom's eastern edge. Here, the great calamity's legacy was still visible. Twisted trees reached toward a perpetually darkened sky, and living shadows slithered across the ground like serpents. At the Shadow Gate, a crumbling arch of black stone, he found not the imprisoned Lady of Ravens, but a gathering of hooded figures, the Shadow Guardians, secret keepers of magical knowledge. Their leader stood among them, free of her chains, power radiating from her like heat from a flame. "Welcome, Prince Aldrich," she said. "I am Ravenna Nightwhisper, and we've been waiting for you for a very long time." In the days that followed, Aldrich learned the truth about Thornhaven's past. The great calamity hadn't been caused by magic users, as the histories claimed, but by his own ancestors attempting to suppress magic entirely. They had created a powerful artifact, the crown of iron thorns, that would drain magic from the land itself. But magic could not be destroyed, only transformed, and the suppressed power had torn reality apart, creating the cursed lands. Under Ravenna's guidance, Aldrich learned to control his powers. The Shadow Guardians revealed that he was not cursed, but blessed, born with the ability to heal the realm's ancient wounds. His blue flames weren't a destructive force, but a purifying one, capable of burning away the corruption that had spread through the land. But even as Aldrich grew stronger, darkness gathered in Thornhaven. King Magnus, driven mad with fear and rage at his son's disappearance, began a brutal campaign to eliminate anyone suspected of magical sympathy. The cursed lands grew larger, feeding on the kingdom's fear and hatred. The final confrontation came during the longest night, when the barrier between the natural and supernatural was thinnest. Aldrich, accompanied by the Shadow Guardians, returned to Ironspire Castle to face his father. The king stood atop the highest tower, the crown of iron thorns blazing with stolen magic as living shadows consumed the city below. "You are no son of mine," Magnus roared, dark energy crackling around him. "You are an abomination, just like your mother was." The revelation struck Aldrich like a physical blow. His mother hadn't died in childbirth, as he'd been told. She'd been executed for possessing magic, her power passed down to her son. The battle that followed shook Thornhaven to its foundations. Father and son clashed as magic long suppressed burst forth from the earth. The crown of iron thorns pulled at Eldric's power, trying to drain it away, but his blue flames burned brighter than ever, fueled by truth and purpose rather than fear. In the end, it wasn't power that won the day, but understanding. As Magnus raised the crown to strike a killing blow, Eldric didn't attack. Instead, he reached out to his father, letting his flames illuminate rather than burn, showing him memories of the mother he loved and lost, the kingdom as it once was, full of wonder rather than fear. The crown slipped from Magnus's fingers, shattering on the stones below. As it broke, 1,000 years of suppressed magic rushed back into the world. But this time, guided by Eldric's flames and the wisdom of the Shadow Guardians, it healed rather than destroyed. The cursed lands began to transform. The eternal shadows retreated, revealing forests that had been preserved in darkness for centuries. Magic flowed freely once again, but now it was understood and respected rather than feared. King Magnus, his hatred burned away by his son's forgiveness, abdicated the throne. Eldric assumed the crown, not one of iron thorns, but one woven from living light by the Lady of Ravens herself. Under his rule, Thornhaven entered a new age, where magic and wisdom worked together to heal the scars of the past. And in the highest tower of Ironspire Castle, where once darkness had reigned, blue flames now burned eternally, a reminder that the deepest shadows often conceal the brightest light, and that true power lies not in the suppression of what we fear, but in the courage to embrace what we don't understand. The Shadow Guardians remained as advisors and teachers, helping to guide a new generation who would grow up, knowing both the responsibility and the wonder of magic. And sometimes, on quiet nights, ravens still carried messages written in silver ink, bearing wisdom from the Lady of Ravens to those who sought to understand the ancient powers that had always been their birthright. Story 3, the great dragon Celeste's labored breathing echoed through the crystal caves of the Dragonspire Mountains. Her once brilliant scales, the color of dawn's first light, had dulled to ashen gray. Aria Flameheart, the last dragon rider, pressed her forehead against her companion's massive snout, tears streaming down her face. "I did this to you," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I tried to heal you, and instead, she couldn't finish the sentence." Around them, in caves stretching deep into the mountain, dozens of dragons lay in various stages of the mysterious illness that was slowly extinguishing their ancient magic. The disease had appeared 3 months after Aria had attempted an experimental healing spell on Celeste's battle wound. What began as a shimmer of weakness in the dragon's flame had spread like wildfire through the remaining dragon pods of the realm. Their magic, the very essence that allowed them to soar and breathe fire, was failing. A shadow fell across the cave entrance. Aria spun around, her hand instinctively gripping the dragonsteel sword at her hip. A figure stood silhouetted against the setting sun, tall and lean, wearing robes woven with living leaves and carrying a staff of twisted heartwood. "I've been watching you, Dragon Rider," the stranger said, stepping into the crystal-lit cave. "My name is Raven Mooncaster, and I know how to save them." The druid's tale was both hope and horror. There was indeed a cure, but it lay in awakening the primordial dragon, a being of such ancient power that its slumber had created the mountains themselves. Legend held that its breath could either restore or destroy all magic in the world. The choice must be made soon, Raven warned, his dark eyes reflecting the cave's crystals. The hunter's moon approaches, and with it comes the dragon's dawn, the only time the primordial can be awakened, but they weren't the only ones aware of the approaching moment. The Order of the Dragon's Bane, thought extinct for centuries, had emerged from the shadows. These ancient hunters who blamed dragons for the world's ills saw the illness as divine providence. They would stop at nothing to prevent the cure, ensuring the dragon's final extinction. As Arya and Raven gathered the items needed for the awakening ritual, scales from each dragon breed, crystals from the deepest caves, and water from the first spring, they grew to trust each other. Raven taught Arya the old ways of natural magic, while she showed him the sacred bond between rider and dragon. But doubt gnawed at Arya's heart. What if awakening the primordial dragon destroys everything instead of healing it? She asked one night as they camped beneath the stars. What if I cause an even greater catastrophe? Raven touched her hand gently. Sometimes the greatest acts of healing require the courage to risk everything. Their journey led them to the dragon's heart, a massive volcano where the primordial dragon was said to slumber. But the dragon's bane had preceded them. Led by the fearsome commander Blackthorn, they had fortified the approach with ancient anti-dragon weapons and dark magic stolen from fallen dragons. The battle began at moonrise. Arya, riding a weakened Celeste, led the remaining dragons in an aerial assault, while Raven called upon the forces of nature itself, vines erupting from stone, trees walking to war. The dragon's bane fought with the fervor of zealots, their cursed weapons leaving wounds that wouldn't heal. As the hunter's moon reached its zenith, Arya and Raven fought their way to the volcano's heart. There, in a chamber large enough to hold 1,000 dragons, they found an enormous skeleton that seemed to be made of crystallized magic itself. The awakening ritual was complex, requiring both dragon magic and natural power. But as they began, Commander Blackthorn appeared, leading his elite guards. "You'll doom us all," he shouted, launching a barrage of dragonthorn arrows. What followed was a desperate battle of magic and steel. Arya's dragon steel blade clashed with Blackthorn's cursed weapons while Raven continued the ritual. The chamber shook with primal energies, crystals blazing with internal light. In the chaos, Blackthorn's blade found its mark, striking Arya in the chest. As she fell, Celeste roared in anguish, her weakened flame igniting one last time. The dragon's fire, fueled by love and desperation, completed the ritual in an unexpected way. The primordial dragon's skeleton began to pulse with light, but instead of flesh and scales, it reformed in pure crystalline energy. Its eyes opened pools of ancient wisdom that held the memory of the world's first magic. Understanding dawned in Arya's fading consciousness. The primordial dragon wasn't meant to be awakened in flesh, but in spirit. Its power wasn't meant to be contained in one being, but shared among all magical creatures. With her last strength, Arya reached out to both Celeste and the crystalline dragon. Magic flowed through her, no longer just a rider, but a bridge between ancient power and living dragons. The illness that plagued the dragons was transformed, becoming a catalyst for evolution rather than extinction. The chamber erupted with light that spread across the realm. Dragons everywhere felt their magic change and grow, becoming something new yet ancient. The dragon's bane weapons dissolved, their cursed metal transformed into floating lights that danced like stars. When the light faded, Arya found herself healed, but changed. Her eyes now shimmered with the same crystalline energy as the dragon's, and she could feel the connection between all magical beings. Celeste's scales gleamed with renewed vigor, patterns of crystalline light flowing beneath them. The dragon's bane, their weapons gone and their hatred transformed by the primordial's power, saw dragons as they truly were, not monsters to be slain, but guardians of the world's magic. Many, including Blackthorn himself, would eventually become dragon riders, healing the ancient rift between humans and dragons. Raven Mooncaster remained as an advisor and friend, helping to establish a new order of dragon riders who would combine the wisdom of druids with the power of dragons. The Dragonspire Mountains became a sanctuary where humans and dragons could learn from each other, and where the crystalline skeleton of the primordial dragon remained as a reminder that true power lies not in dominance, but in connection. And Arya Flameheart, once the last dragon rider, became the first of a new generation. She no longer carried the weight of guilt, understanding that what seemed like a mistake had been destiny's way of forcing evolution. Under the light of the hunter's moon, she would often soar with Celeste, watching the new dragons dance among the stars, their scales shimmering with the ancient, renewed magic that bound all living things together. Story 4. In the golden realm of Solaria, where sunlight was woven into the very stones of the streets, High Priestess Aurora stood atop the solar spire in growing dismay. The summer solstice sun, which should have been at its zenith of power, cast wan and sickly light across the gleaming city. Throughout the temple complex below, sacred flames flickered and dimmed, their eternal light failing for the first time in recorded history. Aurora pressed her hand against the sundial, an ancient artifact that had channeled solar magic for generations. Its usually warm surface felt cool to the touch, its golden runes dulled like tarnished brass. As first keeper of the eternal flame, she alone understood the full implications of this weakening. Without the sun's power, the barriers holding back the shadow realm would begin to fail. The first breach occurred at twilight. Dark creatures, long confined to the underground realm, slithered through cracks in reality. Their twisted forms brought an unnatural chill to Solaria's perpetual summer, and where they passed, the sacred lights guttered and died. It was during one of these incursions that Aurora encountered Wolf. The warrior emerged from the shadows to save a group of acolytes, his sword gleaming with its own inner light. But as the moon rose, Aurora witnessed his curse firsthand, his human form twisting into that of a massive beast, caught between man and wolf. The shadow realm grows stronger, he growled, his voice rough with transformation. I've fought them for years in the Borderlands, but never have they been so bold. Despite his fearsome appearance, Aurora sensed no malice in him, only a deep weariness and an iron determination to protect the innocent. Together, they began to uncover a truth lost to time. The ancient text spoke of a cycle, a celestial dance between light and shadow that had maintained balance for millennia. But something had disrupted this cycle, and the signs pointed to betrayal within the solar priesthood itself. Deep in the temple archives, they discovered records of a splinter group called the Twilight Covenant. These priests believed that true power lay not in preserving the light, but in controlling both light and shadow. Through generations of secret preparation, they had worked to weaken the sun's power, believing they could harness the resulting chaos. Their investigation was interrupted by a massive shadow breach. Creatures of darkness poured from the underground in unprecedented numbers, led by corrupted priests wielding perverted solar magic. As Wolf fought in beast form, Aurora witnessed the terrible price of the Covenant's ambition. They had become neither creatures of light nor shadow, but something wrongly in between. The battle reached its peak in the Temple of Dawn. Aurora and Wolf fought their way through waves of shadow creatures to reach the inner sanctum, where the Covenant was performing a dark ritual to permanently eclipse the sun. The corrupted priests had bound ancient shadow entities to themselves, gaining terrible power at the cost of their humanity. But they hadn't counted on the unique harmony between Aurora's pure solar magic and Wolf's curse. His transformation, they realized, wasn't just a curse, but a reflection of the natural balance between light and dark. Working together, they began to unravel the Covenant's ritual. Aurora channeled solar power through her staff, while Wolf, embracing both his human heart and beast form, used his connection to shadow to redirect the dark energies. The Covenant's attempt to force an unnatural union of light and shadow backfired as Aurora and Wolf demonstrated true balance, not dominance of one force over another, but harmony between both. The ritual chamber became a maelstrom of light and shadow. The corrupted priests, their bodies warped by unnatural power, began to crumble. Shadow creatures were banished back to their realm, and the weakened sun began to regain its strength. But the price of victory was high. To fully restore the natural balance, something had to be sacrificed. Aurora realized that the traditional role of the solar priesthood, maintaining constant daylight, had been misguided. True balance required an acceptance of darkness as well as light. In the ritual's final moments, Aurora made her choice. Rather than simply banishing the shadows, she used her power to forge a new pact. The sun would still reign over Solaria, but night would have its proper place. Wolf's curse was transformed no longer a burden of uncontrolled transformation, but a gift of walking between two worlds. The city of Solaria changed in the aftermath. The eternal day gave way to a natural cycle of light and dark. The solar spire became the temple of equilibrium, where priests and priestesses learned to understand both sun and shadow. Wolf, no longer an outcast, became the first of the Dusk Warden's warriors who protected the boundaries between light and shadow. Aurora continued as High Priestess, but with a deeper understanding of the power she served. The sacred flame still burned in the temple, but now they danced with shadows in perfect harmony. She and Wolf worked together to maintain the new balance, their partnership a living symbol of the unity they had fought to achieve. On quiet nights, when the moon hung full above the golden spires of Solaria, citizens would sometimes see a great wolf running through the streets, with a priestess in sun-bright robes running beside him. Their patrols ensured that neither light nor shadow would again gain dominance over the other. And so Solaria found a new kind of peace, not in the constant brilliance of eternal day, but in the eternal dance of light and shadow, each playing its part in the great cycle of existence. The sun still shone bright and strong, but now its setting was celebrated as much as its rising, for in the balance of both forces lay the true power that preserved their realm for generations to come. Story 5. Celesta floated like a dream among the clouds, its crystalline spires and floating gardens defying gravity itself. Levitation crystals hummed their ancient song throughout the city's veined network, a symphony that had kept the metropolis aloft for 1,000 years. But today, the music was off-key, and Sira Windweaver's trained ear could hear the discord clearly. In her workshop high in the inventor's quarter, surrounded by half-finished devices and crystalline contraptions, Sira pressed her hand against the main resonance crystal. The usual warm vibration felt weak, erratic. As the youngest master artificer in Celesta's history, she had spent years studying the crystal network. But this was different. The first major failure came during the Festival of Rising Winds. The entire residential platform dropped 3 feet before the backup crystals engaged, sending ripples of panic through the celebrating crowds. Sira worked through the night, trying to understand what had gone wrong, when a shadow detached itself from her workshop's corner. "Fascinating devices you have here," said a smooth voice. "Though I think you'll find the problem isn't mechanical." Raven Nightshade stepped into the lamplight, his infamous reputation preceding him. The most wanted crystal thief in Celesta's history was somehow standing in her workshop, examining her tools with casual interest. Before Sira could call for the guards, another crystal failed somewhere in the city. The floor beneath them tilted slightly, and Raven's expression turned grave. "That's the third harmonic junction this week. We're running out of time against every rational instinct." Sira found herself working with the notorious thief. Raven's knowledge of the crystal network's secret pathways proved invaluable as they investigated the failures. He had spent years mapping the hidden architecture of Celesta, and now he revealed why. He had discovered something in the ancient maintenance tunnels, something that changed everything he thought he knew about the floating city. Together, they descended through forgotten passages between the platforms, following the crystal veins to their source. The deeper they went, the more the air grew heavy with ancient magic. In the shadows of the lowest levels, Raven shared his discovery. Celesta hadn't been built to reach the heavens, but to escape what lay below. The mist sea that roiled beneath the city wasn't just a deadly barrier of toxic clouds, it was a prison seal. The city's founders had raised Celesta, not out of pride or ambition, but to maintain an eternal watch over something trapped in the depths. The levitation crystals weren't just keeping the city aloft. They were powering an ancient containment spell. As if responding to their discovery, the city shuddered again. More crystals were failing, their light dimming as something dark and ancient stirred in the mist sea below. In the archives of the dawn, they found records that confirmed their worst fears. Every 1,000 years, the entity below would stir, testing its bonds. The founders had created a system to strengthen the seal during these periods, but that knowledge had been lost to time. The city's descent accelerated. Panic spread through the streets as citizens noticed the clouds drawing ever closer. The Celestial Council deployed every artificer and crystal mage in desperate attempts to stabilize the failing network. But without understanding the true purpose of the crystals, their efforts were doomed to fail. Syrah and Raven raced against time, piecing together fragments of ancient lore. In a hidden chamber beneath the central spire, they found the original control matrix, a crystalline heart that pulsed with the combined power of all Celestis levitation crystals. But the matrix was broken, its facets dark and cracked. "I've seen crystals like this before," Raven admitted, pulling out a leather pouch. Inside were the very crystals he had been accused of stealing over the years. "They called to me somehow. I couldn't explain it, but I knew they were important. Each stolen crystal fit perfectly into the broken matrix, like pieces of a cosmic puzzle." Syrah realized that Raven hadn't been a thief at all. He had been unconsciously gathering the fragments needed to repair the seal. Her ability to communicate with the crystals and his instinctive connection to the hidden pieces made them the only ones who could restore the ancient system. The entity below sensed their discovery. Dark tentacles of mist reached up between the city's platforms, probing, searching. The final repair would have to be made in the midst of chaos, as the very air around them turned hostile. In the heart chamber, Syrah and Raven worked as one. She used her artifice to attune the crystals, while he placed them in their proper configurations. Through her connection to the crystal network, Syrah could feel the entity's rage as they rebuilt its prison piece by piece. The chamber filled with swirling mist that took forms from their nightmares, but they pressed on. The final crystal clicked into place just as the dark tendrils reached the chamber. Light exploded from the matrix, racing through every crystal vein in the city. The mist creatures screamed in voices that shook the platforms, but the renewed seal held firm. Celestis shuddered, then slowly began to rise once more. In the aftermath, the truth about Celestis' purpose was revealed to its citizens. Raven was pardoned of his alleged crimes, his actions recognized as the workings of ancient magic rather than mere theft. The Celestial Council appointed both him and Syrah as guardians of the seal, charging them with maintaining the knowledge and preparations for the next millennial stirring. They rebuilt the hidden chamber into a proper monitoring station, combining Syrah's innovative devices with the ancient crystal matrix. Under their watch, the crystal network sang in perfect harmony once again, its music now recognized not just as the force that kept Celeste aloft, but as the lullaby that kept an ancient evil sleeping. From their post in the heart of the city, Syrah and Raven maintained their vigilance. She continued to invent new ways to monitor and strengthen the crystal network, while he trained a new generation of Crystal Seekers agents who would help maintain the seal through the centuries to come. And so, Celeste continued its eternal float among the clouds, its true purpose now known to its people. The city remained a wonder of crystal and sky, but also stood as a testament to the sacrifices of its founders and the dedication of its guardians. Below, the mist sea churned with ancient malice, but the song of the crystals rang true and strong, ensuring that some dreams and some nightmares would remain forever suspended between earth and sky. Story 6. Deep within the whispering forest, where ancient trees wove their branches into a living cathedral, Arya Moonshadow discovered the artifact that would change everything. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting ethereal patterns on the forest floor as her fingers closed around the hourglass of fractured time. The artifact thrummed with power, its crystalline surface reflecting fragments of moments that had never been, or perhaps had yet to be. As an elven guardian sworn to protect the forest's secrets, Arya knew immediately that this was no ordinary magical item. The sands within the hourglass flowed both up and down simultaneously, and in its glass she caught glimpses of possibilities. A city burning, a crown falling, a shadow rising from the depths of time itself. The first shadow creature attacked at dawn. It moved like smoke given form, its edges bleeding into the morning mist. Arya's enchanted arrows passed harmlessly through its body, and only a desperate burst of ancient elven magic allowed her to escape. As she fled deeper into the forest, more shadows emerged from between the trees, their whispers carrying echoes of forgotten ages. Her path led her to the most unlikely of allies. Kale Nightwhisper's reputation preceded him, a human bounty hunter known for tracking down magical artifacts, his services available to the highest bidder. She found him in a tavern on the forest's edge, his scarred face half hidden beneath a hood, a strange clockwork compass spinning wildly on the table before him. "They're coming for you too, aren't they?" he asked without looking up. The compass needle pointed directly at the hourglass hidden within her cloak. "The time wraiths. They've haunted my steps since I first learned of the hourglass's existence. Their alliance was born of necessity, sealed in blood and magic as the shadows closed in." Kale revealed that he bore his own connection to the artifact, a shard of similar time-twisted glass embedded in his chest, placed there by his father in a desperate attempt to save him from a temporal disaster years ago. As they journeyed together, seeking answers in ancient ruins and forgotten libraries, the true nature of their predicament became clear. The hourglass of fractured time was no mere magical tool, it was a key, one of several artifacts created by the chronomancers of old to maintain the barriers between time streams. Now those barriers were failing, and reality itself was beginning to unravel. The shadows pursuing them were symptoms of this collapse, creatures from aborted timelines seeking to force their way into the present. Each encounter with them revealed more of the possible futures bleeding into their world. Cities drowned in seas that had never existed, armies fighting wars that had never begun, people living lives that had been erased from time. Arya and Kale's journey took them to the Citadel of Twilight, an ancient structure that existed simultaneously in multiple times. Within its ever-shifting halls, they discovered the truth the chronomancers had foreseen: an apocalyptic event, a convergence of all possible timelines that would tear reality apart. The hourglasses were created as anchor points, meant to keep the time streams separate. But they also learned something more personal. In another timeline, Arya and Kale had been more than allies. They had been the last of the chronomancers, working together to prevent the very catastrophe they now faced. The echo of that relationship rippled through their interactions, adding layers of unspoken understanding to their partnership. The final battle came at the nexus of convergence, where the walls between time streams were thinnest. Shadow creatures poured through temporal rifts by the hundreds, each carrying fragments of broken futures. Arya's elven magic and Kale's mysterious powers worked in concert as they fought their way to the center of the chaos. The hourglass activated of its own accord, responding to the presence of Kale's shard. As they stood back to back against the encroaching shadows, they realized what had to be done. The barriers couldn't simply be repaired. They needed to be completely reshaped, allowing for controlled flow between time streams rather than rigid separation. Combining the hourglass with Kale's shard, they began an ancient ritual pieced together from memories of other timelines. Arya's elven magic provided the foundation, while Kale's unique connection to the time-twisted glass served as a conduit. The shadows pressed closer, but now they began to change, their forms becoming more substantial as they were woven into the new fabric of reality. The ritual's completion brought neither victory nor defeat in any traditional sense. Instead, it brought transformation. The rigid boundaries between time streams dissolved and reformed into a more flexible pattern, like a great cosmic tapestry. The shadow creatures, no longer fragments of lost possibilities, became guardians of the newly formed temporal boundaries. In the aftermath, both Arya and Kale were changed. They retained memories from multiple timelines, understanding both what was and what could have been. The Whispering Forest itself was transformed, becoming a nexus where different time streams gently intersected, its ancient trees now bearing fruit that contained glimpses of other possibilities. They chose to remain guardians of this new temporal order, though in a different way than before. Arya continued to protect the forest, but now she also guided travelers who accidentally slipped between time streams. Kale used his knowledge to help others affected by temporal displacement. His bounty hunting days transformed into a more noble pursuit. The hourglass of fractured time remained with them, no longer a source of danger, but a tool for maintaining the delicate balance they had created. Its sands still flowed in multiple directions, but now they told stories of possibilities embraced rather than futures feared. On quiet nights, beneath the boughs of the Whispering Forest, Arya and Kale would sit together, watching the interplay of time streams in the hourglass's crystalline surface. They had learned that some bonds transcend time itself, and that the greatest magic lies not in preventing change, but in shaping it into something beautiful and new. The forest whispered around them, carrying echoes of all that was, all that could be, and all that would come to pass, no longer a discord of competing possibilities, but a harmony of infinite potential, guarded by those who had learned to walk between moments and find beauty in the spaces between what was and what might be. Story 7. The ancient halls of Castle Ravenspire echoed with morning bells as Prince Aldrich Corvinal stood before his brother's body. Crown Prince Edmund lay in state, his features peaceful despite the mysterious circumstances of his death. No wound marked his flesh, no poison had been found, yet the strongest heir to the Corvinal throne had fallen nonetheless. Aldrich's hands trembled as he touched the obsidian crown that would soon rest upon his own head. Since childhood, he had thanked the gods for being the second son, spared from the full weight of the dragon's curse that plagued their bloodline. Now, fate had thrust him into the very position he had dreaded most. The curse was as old as the kingdom itself. Each ruling monarch of House Corvinal would slowly transform into a dragon as their reign progressed. It was both their greatest strength and most terrible burden. His father had managed to hold off complete transformation for 30 years before retreating to the dragon's tower, where he now lived in scaled solitude. Edmund had been prepared for this fate since birth. Aldrich had not. The first signs appeared the very night of his coronation. As he stood on the castle balcony, addressing his people, Aldrich felt an intense burning beneath his skin. In the reflection of a window, he caught a glimpse of his eyes flickering from brown to molten gold. The transformation had begun. It was during one of his increasingly frequent escapes to the ice mountains, where the cold air helped soothe his burning blood, that Aldrich first encountered Maya. She appeared like a phantom through the swirling snow, riding atop a magnificent frost dragon. Her wild dark hair streamed behind her, adorned with dragon scales and ice crystals. "Your Majesty seems far from home," she called out, sliding from her mount with practiced grace. Though perhaps not as far as you think, Maya was a dragon keeper, one of the mysterious folk who lived among the great beasts and learned their ways. She took one look at Aldrich's golden eyes and scaled patches of skin, and understood immediately what he was becoming. "The curse isn't what you think," she told him that night, as they sheltered in her mountain cave. "It's not a punishment, but a remembrance, a gift from the first dragon to protect these lands." Over the following weeks, Maya taught Aldrich to embrace rather than fight the changes. She showed him how to control the fire building in his blood, how to use the growing strength in his limbs. With each lesson, she revealed more about the true history of his bloodline. The first dragon saw the darkness coming from beyond the ice mountains. She explained one evening. "It chose your ancestor to be its champion, sharing its power through blood and bone. What you call a curse was meant to be a shield for your people, but even as Aldrich learned to accept his transformation, darkness stirred in the north. Ancient ice dragons, twisted and corrupted by an evil older than the kingdom itself, began to emerge from their frozen lairs. Maya's people were the first to fall, their settlements destroyed by the dark dragon's assault. The truth about Edmund's death finally emerged. He had discovered the coming threat and had been killed by conspirators within the court who served the darkness. His death was meant to put the unprepared Aldrich on the throne, leaving the kingdom vulnerable. But they hadn't counted on Maya's teachings or the true power of the Corvinal bloodline. As the corrupt dragons descended upon the kingdom, Aldrich felt the ancient magic surge through his veins. The transformation he had feared now became his salvation. Standing upon the highest tower of Ravenspire, Aldrich let the change take him fully for the first time. His form shifted and grew, scales black as night replacing pale skin, wings unfurling like storm clouds against the dawn. Maya rode beside him on her frost dragon, leading a legion of loyal dragons and their keepers from the mountains. The battle that followed became legend. Aldrich, now a magnificent black dragon, led the defense of his kingdom. The corrupted ice dragons were powerful, but they fought as mindless beasts. Aldrich retained his human mind and heart, allowing him to outmaneuver and outhink his enemies. Maya's knowledge of dragon lore proved invaluable, as she helped coordinate the Dragon Keeper's forces with Aldrich's royal army. The turning point came when Aldrich discovered he could share his power with others, just as the first dragon had done. Through his royal blood, he awakened the dormant dragon magic in his most trusted knights, creating a new order of dragon riders to defend the realm. Victory came at dawn after 3 days of battle. The corrupt dragons were driven back beyond the ice mountains, and the conspirators within the court were exposed and defeated. Standing amid the aftermath, Aldrich realized that what he had always seen as a curse was truly a gift, one that had saved his kingdom in its hour of greatest need. In the years that followed, Aldrich ruled not just as a king, but as a bridge between humans and dragons. He spent time in both forms, holding court as a man and soaring with Maya among the clouds in dragon form. Under their leadership, the Dragon Keepers came down from the mountains to establish a new order of dragon riders within the kingdom. The curse of House Corvinal was rewritten in the history books, no longer a dark fate to be feared, but a proud legacy to be honored. The dragon's blood that flowed through the royal line became a symbol of protection and strength, just as it had been meant to be in the days of the first dragon. On clear nights, people of the kingdom would look up to see 2 dragons soaring above Ravenspire, one black as midnight, one white as frost, and know that their king and his dragon keeper queen watched over them still. The ancient magic of dragons lived on in the land, not as a curse to be broken, but as a gift to be cherished, protecting the realm just as the first dragon had intended so many centuries ago. Story 8. High atop the crystalline spires of Luminaria, where enchanted towers pierced the clouds like shards of starlight, Lyra Estrelimar stood before the failing Heartstone, the largest of the ancient crystals that had protected the city for a millennium. Her hands trembled as she traced the fading patterns of light within its once brilliant core. Where vibrant azure energy had once pulsed like a beating heart, now only a weak, flickering glow remained. As the youngest apprentice ever admitted to the Crystal Keepers Guild, Lyra had spent countless hours studying the intricate network of protective crystals that formed an arcane shield around the city. But nothing in her studies had prepared her for this. The Heartstone's dimming radiance sent ripples of weakness through the entire crystal matrix, and with each passing day, the magical barriers protecting Luminaria grew thinner. The first signs had been subtle, a slight dimming of the protective dome that shimmered above the city's golden spires, the occasional flicker in the wards that kept dark creatures at bay. But now, as Lyra pressed her palm against the crystal's smooth surface, she could feel the magic draining away like water through cupped fingers. "You sense it too," "Don't late night wanderer?" The voice, deep and resonant, startled her. Turning sharply, Lyra found herself face to face with Thorn Shadowman, the infamous necromancer, whose very name was whispered with fear in the corridors of the Crystal Keep. His dark robes seemed to absorb the crystal's fading light, and his eyes held centuries of forbidden knowledge. "You shouldn't be here," Lyra said, standing her ground despite her racing heart. "The Council banished you decades ago." A thin smile crossed Thorn's face. "The Council's authority means little when ancient shadows begin stirring beneath the city. I've felt them awakening, just as you've noticed the crystals failing. These events are not unconnected, young keeper." Before Lyra could respond, a deep rumble shook the crystal chamber. Hairline cracks appeared in the floor, and from them seeped tendrils of absolute darkness, not mere absence of light, but something older and hungrier. Lyra instinctively reached for her crystal focus, but Thorn's hand caught her wrist. "That magic will only feed them," he warned. "These are the Void Seekers' entities that predate the founding of Luminaria itself. Only together can we hope to understand why they're returning now." The next few days became a desperate race against time. While the Council of Mages debated in their high towers, Lyra and Thorn delved into forgotten archives and sealed vaults. They discovered ancient texts speaking of a time before the crystals, when Luminaria was protected by a different kind of magic one that worked in harmony with the darkness, rather than seeking to banish it entirely. But their research revealed something even more disturbing. The crystals failing wasn't natural, subtle magical signatures pointed to deliberate sabotage. Someone on the Council itself was weakening the barriers, though their purpose remained unclear. As they worked, Lyra found her fear of Thorn giving way to reluctant respect. His knowledge of ancient magics was unparalleled, and his mastery of shadow magic, though forbidden, offered insights that pure crystal magic couldn't provide. He taught her to see beyond the rigid doctrines of the Crystal Keepers, to understand that true balance required both light and shadow. The crisis came to a head during the next full moon. The Heartstone's light dimmed to barely a glimmer, and the Void Seekers poured through the widening cracks in reality. As chaos erupted in the streets of Luminaria, Lyra and Thorn traced the sabotage to its source, High Counselor, Oriens himself. In his chambers, they found him surrounded by dark artifacts and corrupted crystals. The truth emerged. Oriens had become convinced that the only way to truly protect Luminaria was to control the Void Seekers rather than simply ward them off. His tampering with the crystal matrix was meant to weaken the barriers enough to let him bind the ancient entities to his will. The battle that followed shook the crystal towers to their foundations. Oriens wielded both crystal magic and corrupted void energy with devastating effect, but he hadn't counted on the strength of Lyra and Thorn's combined powers. While Thorn's shadow magic contained and redirected the Void Seekers, Lyra used her deep connection to the crystal matrix to begin restoring the ancient wards. In the battle's final moments, Lyra realized that the solution wasn't to strengthen the barriers, but to transform them. Using techniques learned from both her traditional studies and Thorn's teachings, she began to reshape the crystal matrix. Instead of creating an impenetrable wall against the darkness, she wove a new kind of protection, one that acknowledged the necessary balance between light and shadow. The Heartstone responded to her touch, its light growing not with the harsh brilliance of before, but with a deeper, more sustainable radiance. The Void Seekers, rather than being completely banished, were guided to specific channels where their energy could coexist with the city's light. Oriens, his plans in ruins, was taken into custody by the remaining council members. In the aftermath, Luminaria changed. The Crystal Keepers Guild began incorporating shadow magic into their studies, with Thorn no longer an exile serving as a reluctant teacher. Lyra took her place on a reformed council, working to maintain the new balance she had helped create. Standing atop the Crystal Keep months later, Lyra watched the interplay of light and shadow across the city's spires. The heartstone pulsed with renewed strength behind her, its energy now flowing in harmony with the natural darkness. Beside her, Thorn observed their handiwork with quiet satisfaction. The old masters would be horrified, he mused. Seeing light and shadow working together like this, Lyra smiled, touching the crystal pendant at her throat, a fusion of clear crystal and shadow essence that symbolized her new understanding of magic. Perhaps, she replied, but they never saw how beautiful the balance could be above them. The new wards of Luminaria shimmered with an ever-changing dance of light and shadow, protecting the city not through dominance of one force over another, but through the power of harmony itself. The crystal towers still reached for the stars, but now they cast shadows that were no longer feared shadows that played their own crucial part in the city's lasting peace.